Alright, hello everyone. Welcome back to the stream. Today is another exciting day because today is our quest for Legendary Mech Armor. Now, I've done a little bit of mining off camera, quite literally, and we've accumulated some legendary ores. And this is all thanks to the ship that we made last time, which is the Technomancer. It's a cool name. The Technomancer. This guy has been running around non-stop, mining resources and converting them upwards into higher grade materials. I made some tweaks. I realized that we didn't need... I realized that we had way more green quality, not green quality, we had way more uncommon quality rocks than we did everything else. Well, obviously other than common. So I made some tweaks, and instead of this guy here turning uncommon into rare, we've got this new row turning uncommon to rare, and then we've got a couple rares and then one epic, because we don't need that much of each quality because they get smaller as you go up. But the end result is we've got a comfortable amount of items coming in. We've got a comfortable steady stream of legendary ores coming in, and I also went ahead and built a couple more. I copied the blueprint and I just built a couple more, and they've also been busy. As you can see, there's plenty of ice as well, which we can use for legendary cryogenic packs. But then I've been having that ore shipped down to Narvis, and it's been accumulating in these chests. And it's kind of and we've got a lot of ores. I am very pleased to say we have a lot of legendary ores, which means we can make a lot of legendary items, and that's exciting. It's kind of neat too. It's kind of like a bar graph, if you will, showing the rarities, showing the chances of each ore, as well as the output yield that you get from the Technomancers. So that's been pretty cool. So with that sorted, we've also had a bit of a build-up of legendary circuits, which is really cool. We don't have any legendary blue circuits, but that will be coming along today. So taking a look at legendary mech armor, or just mech armor in general, we need 100 processing units, 200 holmium plates, 50 superconductors, 50 supercapacitors, and 1 power armor Mark II. And a power armor Mark II needs kind of more the same, really, but most importantly are the speed modules and the efficiency modules. The low density structures will kind of just happen. And yeah, so the speed modules and the efficiency modules each need electronic circuits, and they're only tier 1, so thankfully we can make those. However, before we go ahead and do that, I want to make sure that we can make everything we need before I start trying to craft it. So the biggest problem is going to be the holmium and all of the holmium stuff, the superconductors, the supercapacitors, because holmium isn't an ore you can get from up in space. You have to get holmium ore from Fulgora. And if we take a look at Fulgora, our Fulgora network has kind of died. It's really slow, but we have had a huge buildup of holmium ore, so we could try and do something with that. But holmium solution takes stone and holmium ore and water, and then just makes holmium solution, which is a fluid. And as we know, or as we can see, you can't get quality liquids or quality gases. You can't get quality fluids, which is a bit of a problem because it means that we can't just cheesily turn holmium ore up into legendary holmium ore and then make legendary holmium plates. Because if we could do that, we would have just solved all of our problems. But no, you can't do that. So instead, we need to get legendary versions of all these items. Legendary circuits we have. Legendary batteries are probably... Yeah, legendary batteries are very attainable. They just need iron plates and copper plates, which, if we smelt the iron ore and the copper ore that we have here, that will make legendary versions of them. So that sorts out batteries. But then the problem becomes... the holmium plates and the superconductors. Holmium plates can't be made from legendary components. Holmium plate kind of is the base component, if you can think of it that way. Superconductors are kind of in the same boat. Plastic bars, we can get legendary versions of those through a pretty roundabout process. And copper plates, as we just went over, you can get legendary. It's just the holmium plates that are going to be the problem. So, how do we solve the holmium plate issue? As far as I can tell, the only way we can really solve the holmium plates is through the same setup that I have going on over here, where we have quality modules going in. Well, you have your items going in with quality being used to recycle them upwards. And then you have... Yeah, and then you get your higher quality components to make a higher quality item, and then you cycle that into yet another higher quality item over and over again until you get all the way up to legendary. That's the only way I can think of doing this, and it's going to take quite some time. So we have superconductors and we have supercapacitors. Supercapacitors, if we did the process to those, would also yield us higher grade superconductors. So we can probably skip the superconductors entirely and just make supercapacitors. But that means we're going to need a lot, and I mean a lot, of holmium plates. So, today's job might be to go back to Fulgora and rebuild the whole thing. And in fact, I'm thinking, I was having a look at some other people's factories. And I realized, I was having a look at pictures on the internet, and I realized that this little island here, or continent, or whatever you want to call it, is actually tiny. And there's a lot bigger ones out there. Because I'm thinking, how do people build big factories on Fulgora without spending a crazy amount of resources on foundations? And I think the answer is that they don't. They simply find another big continent somewhere that they can then build on. Maybe even ship trains around and build different parts of the factories on different islands. So, I think that's probably what we're going to try and do. We're going to land on Fulgora and look for other continents in the areas we haven't explored. In the areas we haven't explored. This area down here could be suitable for building some sort of factory. But yeah, they're kind of just lots of medium to inconveniently sized land masses. And I kind of want something bigger than this. And that's going to need more foundations, but it's also going to need more rails, especially if we want to try and transport stuff around that, or we kind of just leave this here. We abandon it and we go and just start a whole new place, which is something we might do. The other thing we need to prepare for is we need cliff explosives to be able to get rid of these cliffs because they're everywhere. And I've also prepared a lot of materials for building more rocket silos, 3 in fact. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start shipping those. And we're going to ship all these up to Boogaloo. I'm also going to send up a bunch of beacons because they're very useful. They have proven to be incredibly useful, so I want to make sure we're getting the absolute best out of this new factory. This is going to take us quite some time to ship everything up. And we also need to ship up our quality modules too. That way we can cycle things up to higher qualities. There are so many items we need to ship. Oh, the other thing I forgot to mention is I actually did an express delivery of fusion reactors. I went back to Aquilo and I made a whole bunch of fusion reactors so that we can use them on future projects. I don't think we will need them on Fulgora because there's plenty of lightning strikes going on there. But something I may want to do is actually deliver a lot of these items over to Fulgora. I think they would prove to be rather useful. Especially the foundries, we can use that to make holmium solution and they get an extra productivity boost, so that should give us a higher yield of items, which will be awesome. Okay, we can fit some more quality modules in here as well. Might as well deliver all of them, especially since we're going to be doing a lot of work up there. I don't think we necessarily need quality modules on other planets, or at least not that I can think of right now. Let's deliver these up. Okay, I think... Oh no, we also need recyclers too. We're gonna need a lot of those. Some accumulators as well. Probably... I think we've got enough mining drills. Alrighty. What else do we need? Some more belts probably, but we can get those from Vulcanus. And chuck some more splitters into here. And some more tunnels, but I don't think we're going to need too many more than that. Right, that should be everything we need. Actually, there is a cryogenic plant. What can we do? Can we do anything with the cryogenic plant on Falgora? We could make... But no, we don't want to make batteries. We already have batteries. There's not really anything we can make with a cryogenic plant that would be useful on Falgora. Other than maybe plastic, but we could just upcycle plastic as well. Alright, maybe we don't bother with the cryogenic plants. Is there anything else we need? Chemical plants. How many chemical plants do we have on board Boogaloo? 7. Okay, we need to make some more. We have a few more here, but we're definitely going to need more than that. What else do we need? Maybe some more arms, maybe some more electromagnetic plants. Chests. Yeah, we probably need some chests. Electric poles. Yep, okay, we do need that. So what if we came into here and we started requesting items to build with? So instead of beacons, we can change this over to poles. I'm mostly just going to look for substations. And we also need big electric poles, so let's order 500 of those as well. Now we can turn the automatic request back on, I think. We need accumulators. So let's also queue those up. $500 of those should do. Yep, we got plenty of inventory space, so we can definitely fit more. What else do we need? I think that'll be all good. Just chemical plants. Okay, let's make some chemical plants. We might also just ship some more of these up. The chemical plants need steel circuits and pipes. That's easy to do. Can catch the train while we're at it. Ah, that's another thing we need. Roboports. That's going to be useful. Here we got our pipes over here. And we need steel. We need iron gears. 200. That might be a little too many, but okay, we'll queue those up. Roboports. How do we make roboports? We need... That's right. I unlocked the selector combinators. I don't really know how to use them though. Power switch. Ooh, that could be useful at some point. Roboport. They need steel, gears, and circuits. Okay. Steel, gears, and circuits. Sorry, advanced circuits. That's what we need. Where are the gears? Here they are. 22 is pretty good, but we can do better than that. Need more steel. 44 might do. Okay, let's head up to the electronics factory and grab some of those logistics chests. We also need some storage chests, so I'll make a bunch of those. And active provider chests. What I should do is get these to start making active provider chests, because they're really useful. Let's grab a substation as well. Let's change these holes up. Substations are very useful. Okay, this guy here is going to be making active provider chests. And he's going to be outputting into this chest here. And he's going to have to loot. How are we going to grab items? Okay, what if we cut these? Move them here, move them over. Okay, then we can grab from that belt, and with one of these arms, we can also grab from the far belt. There we go. Yeah, our circuit production's not looking too hot, so what I'm also thinking is a lot of these circuits are actually being used to make things like our modules and some other things. My idea is, what if we instead repurposed Fulgora for that? And then did shipments of modules around from Fulgora? Because we need the circuits for a lot of other things, but mainly they're getting consumed up to make these quality modules, which then get recycled into, you know, better quality items. If we instead took that and moved this over to Fulgora, that might be a little bit of a better use of our resources. Something else we need too is a lot of productivity modules. So let's grab some of those. And we're going to need to put them over on Fulgora to make it run more productive. There's a lot of drills here running out of copper. These copper patches are getting smaller. And this is slowing down too. The OG factory is pretty much in the ground. Another thing that I did while I was away, those lines of foundries are sexy. Thank you. Also, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, I eventually want to replace a lot of this with actual boundaries for here. Once I get calcite going up in space, that'll hopefully go a little better. We can get some better yields out of the copper plates and the iron plates up here. But I do want to eventually replace these with electromagnetic plants, but I'll wait until I have a good supply of electromagnetic plants first, once we go back to Falgora. And we'll be heading to Falgora as soon as these items down here craft, which you probably can't see behind me. Chemical plants, we got 139 still crafting, 44 roboports still coming, and a bunch of storage chests. And once we're good on that, actually, we also need robots too. How do we make drones? Oh, they're easy. I could probably make them right here at the electronics factory. I did not know there are other planets. Are the bugs multiplanetary? Some of them, yes. So we can have a look at the space map. This is thanks to the recent Space Age DLC that the developers released last year. And you get these extra planets with extra threats on them, but they also have a lot of cool tech as well. So this is our main home planet that we start on. And then you have Vulcanus, which is a lava planet. And they've got some unique mechanics on here, such as an actual building called a foundry, which gives you some cool stuff like an extra 50% productivity off the bat. But they have some issues. Namely, you can't see it here, but if I had radar coverage, you'd be able to see that there's some territories here with big red snaking things in them, which are pretty scary. There's other planets too. There's this one, which is giving me a very hard time. So much so that I've actually completely lost radar coverage. I think the aliens on here took them out. And then there's this planet, which is very unique because there aren't ores on this planet, but there are deposits of scrap. And the idea being is that you mine up the scrap, they go on belts, and then you deliver them to these machines, which are called recyclers. And they turn the scrap into stuff. And you can see on this recipe here. Nope, you can't see it there. Where is it? Here, you can see scrap recycling. They turn one scrap into a chance of all these other items, which, as you can probably imagine, clogs up your belts quite a bit. So that's always fun to deal with. But that's what we're going to be doing today. I need to head back to that planet, and I need to rebuild the whole thing to give us some better items. And that's kind of what I'm waiting for the chemical plants for. Okay, what I should do, how do we make chemical plants again? I should make a more for this stuff. Electronic circuits, steel plates, iron gear wheels, and pipes. I'm delivering all of that through here. So what I could do is build... Yeah, okay, let's try this. I can start setting up... I can start setting up some chemical plant production over here. This is something I should have done ages ago. But I've just been neglecting it for so long. Okay, so we got chemical plants. They need steel and iron. No, they need steel and gears, which we have. We also have pipes here. So what I can do is flip these belts around. Probably don't need that many, to be honest. This will probably do. Okay, so then we grab our belts. Not our belts. We grab our pipes. And I think I can just run this straight over here. So that'll be pipes. Then we need circuits, which we can grab from... probably here. So if we... Ooh, hang on. This is going to be a little compact. Let's grab our splitter here. Oh, whoops. That's going the other way. Oh, okay. I can fit it in here. You can place that there. No, there's a tunnel there. Never mind. I'm building too compact. we can just put one there, tunnel that, and tunnel this across. And that gives us room to then build a quick little loop around. And then we can bring this across. Yep, okay. So then this is going to form our circuits for this lane. There we go. And then long arm inserter is going to pick those up. And a bulk inserter is going to pick the steel and the gears up. And I think we can probably just reroute the gears from here. And then we need to grab our steel from up here probably. Do we have any spare? Yeah, that's spare enough. We can use that. So let's grab that and run some more underground belts. Bring this down. Okay, hang on. Gears are going to come through on this side. I need to get the steel under here to go on that lane of the belt. I think we've got some space to do that right here. So we can run a tunnel here. That'll get us underneath. And then that'll join up with that belt. How are our circuits doing? Just waiting for one more belt. Why are you waiting for one more belt? They're right there. They're right there. What are we waiting for? I imagine we're just waiting for the robots. Okay, so that's going to sort this out. Then we can wire that up with some pipes. Not pipes, poles. Man, I am not Englishing today. Okay, and then we can insert onto those belts and run this into a chest. And that's going to be our mall for chemical plants. Long overdue, but we're there. Oh, hang on, that's not building because we're out of range. Okay, I need some range. I need some power. There we go, that should sort you out. The other thing I want to do as well is get the robots crafting, because it's getting annoying having to craft them all by hand. So we need both circuit types, both the green and red circuit types, and we need the drone frames, the flying robot frames, which we have right here. So what I might actually do, actually no, okay. What we can do is we can split this off and we can split this off. Run these tunnels across. Actually, where am I going to fit this? Maybe that doesn't go there. Hang on. I need to get some circuits across. Maybe we'll build it over here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So let's grab our underground belts. We can run that line here, and then we can split this and bring it across. And then over here we can build the drones. So we need to then split this and run that across. Like that. And then we also need to grab our red circuits, which we started doing over here. So I can grab that, send this upward. Like that. Run that across. That's going to be our drones. All right, easy. So then we can grab our assemblers. I don't think you can do these in EM plants, can you? No, just assembly machines. All right, that's fine. So then we grab this, chuck them there. Well, it's getting destroyed. They're still going at the wall. They've been going at that for hours. And I really should go over and deal with them. Anyway, this is going to make logistic robots, and this is going to make construction robots. And then we can grab a passive provider chest, and that'll supply what we need for ships. Whenever we need to make big trips and we need those, we can just request them. However, they're outside a logistics network, so we're going to have to sort that out. I reckon a roboport down here would work. Then we need some power, so let's bring some across. A little messy, but it'll do. So that's covered that up. And then we need some inserters to grab the items. There we go. So that should be drones sorted out. The last thing now is roboports, but that's going to be a little trickier because we don't have ready access to steel and gears over here, and we don't have ready access to red circuits over here. Oh no, we do. Hang on. We do have a red circuit belt. Ooh, okay. We could do roboports here as well. So if we set up roboport, steel plates and iron gears, which we have on this belt, so we can just bring that across. Then we just need to get red circuits up, which we can just do like this. There we go. And then what I might do to save on a little space is run a tunnel going there and then just running this where that used to be. Yeah, okay. And then we should be pretty much good. Just need to grab them and insert. Yeah, that'll do. So that's going to be our roboports. Awesome. So we're finally mauling up everything we need. Looks like our chemical plants have finished crafting, so I'm going to head over down now to the ship. Actually, no, hang on. I need to manually place down the roboports up here, don't I? Oh no, hang on, no, they did place. Okay. Cool. In that case, we don't need to do anything. Ooh, and they're crafting quickly. Nice. That's what we want to see. Good supply of drones. Okay. So then heading back to Boogaloo, we can... Well, what are we going to do? We need to request a bunch of drones. So first off, we need construction robots. We'll probably ask for 200 of those. But logistics, we're definitely going to need a lot more. So I'm going to ask for 1,000. And those should start grabbing robots from up here once they wake up. What we should also do is turn these off. Because I think it's time to retire this whole quality module upcycling thing. Especially since we're about to head to Fulgora and do it there instead. Hopefully this time with belts. So it'll be a lot cleaner. That way that'll free up a lot of these drones so that they can get back to work on other parts of the factory. And probably running over these aliens and getting themselves killed. But yeah, I think that should all be pretty cool. So I'll run over to the rockets and I'll start shipping up all these items. And how's everyone doing today? You all having a good day? Actually, the weather's being a bit weird today. I wonder if I'm going to get some storms going on today. All right, so chemical plants need to go in, but I've set a lot of these up for automatic request again. There we go. There are a lot of chemical plants. I don't know how many chemical plants I'm going to actually end up using. Especially since we're doing a lot of the holmium with our foundries. We really just need chemical plants for things like acids and turning oil into fuels and things like that. Ah, the light oil, that's what we need. Can light oil be done in a cryogenic plant? I don't think it can be. No, but it can be done in a biochamber, but that needs nutrients, so we can't really do that. Right, and then we need our productivity modules. This one's probably going to be slow because the game thinks I'm trying to insert them into the slots of the silo, so that's kind of annoying. I could just set up... Yeah, maybe I should set up an automatic request. Might be a little easier. Yeah, let's turn these into automatic requests. I'm going to shove these modules into here. Let's ship that up. Okay, Boogaloo is going to also request roboports. How many roboports should we do, chat? 50 might be good. Available on planet 47, they'll come eventually. Request a chest, probably 100 of those. Passive provider chest, we can ask for 100. What else do we need? And the productivity modules. We probably ask for... Available on planets 2000, so maybe we ask for 1,000 of those. That should be everything we need. I say again, as I'm probably forgetting something like I did when I originally built the Aquilo and the other ships. Oh, tier 3 productivity modules would be nice to send up as well. Let's send that up. Okay, I'm going to turn automatic requests back on for all these. Just so we can speed things up a little. Oh wait, that's a storage chest. I need... That's a storage chest as well. That's a passive provider chest. Okay, we don't need those in a passive provider. That's better. We gotta figure out what to do with these legendary ores. I think we're going to be okay on that front. Yeah. Yeah, okay, this is cool. How are our ships doing? Got some more ores coming in, some more coming in there. Yeah, it's about normal. The other thing too that I forgot to mention, while I was mining off camera, we got a whole bunch of research done. So currently we're researching scrap recycling productivity 11. No, never mind, we're doing 10. Which is going to get us to 100% productivity on the scrap, so we'll get a much better yield out of that. And then we also researched processing units, which probably won't help us very much on Fulgora, since we're not making processing units, we're scrapping them, or recycling them. But as you can see here, I did a whole bunch of mining productivity, and scrap recycling, and mining, and railgun shooting. Mostly just all the repeatable ones. We reached a point where we started running out of science packs. As you can see here, we've hit 0. The science packs that we've run out of in question are the electromagnetic packs. And the main reason for that is because I suck at Falgora. And we ran out of batteries. We ran out of batteries, so that's not fun. Batteries are kind of just coming in really slow, but this whole setup here is also really slow. So I need to find a better way to export and deal with our scrap. I don't really want to scrap most of it. I would ideally like to be turning it into stuff rather than just deleting it into the void. Planet grape juice, yeah. Yeah, that's the we got our electromagnetic science packs. I've been calling them Slurpees because they remind me of those raspberry Slurpees you get from 7-Elevens. We also got our orange juice here, Mountain Dew, and our Pepsi science packs. Alright, so how are these rockets going? Are they nearly sent? If they are, then we can... No, okay, we're still requesting. We can check what we're requesting from here. On the way, 750. Satisfaction, 250. Yeah, okay, so we're pretty much done on those requests. That's on the way, that's on the way, that's satisfied. Alright, we're pretty much ready to go. I just need to ship myself up now. I can do that here. Alright, so the plan today is to head to Falgora and overhaul our holmium plate production so that we can get supercapacitors en masse and then recycle those with quality modules to try and turn them into higher quality supercapacitors. Because our goal is to get legendary. We've got our little quality modules down here. We can set this to legendary. And these are also part of the DLC, by the way. But we can set Legendary Mech Armor. And Legendary Mech Armor, if we check the Factoropedia, we can see that Legendary Mech Armor gives us 125 inventory bonus, instead of just the regular 50 that I'm currently wearing. But we also get 15 by 17 inventory grid size instead of 10 by 12. And that's going to be huge, because then we can fit a lot more cool stuff into our suit, and then we can go and finally kill all the aliens on Narvis, which are giving me a hard time, especially when they're in such big groups like this, and they keep gnawing at my wall. So that'd be very nice to get rid of them, finally. I'm hoping this is going to be enough belts, but something tells me it's not, so we might make a quick stop to Vulcanus and get some belts shipped up. Yeah, I think that's going to be the plan. Yeah, we got enough inserters. We got enough turbo and... Yeah, we got enough underground belts and splitters, I think. It's just the main belts that we don't need. Or we can rely on robot logistics as well, because we have a lot of those. We could supplement with that. We've got our foundations. I made a whole bunch. Yeah, I made a whole bunch of foundations at Aquilo, so we're good on that front. We've got our drills, we've got our foundries, we've got our recyclers, and we've got our electromagnetic plants, our beacons, our modules, all the parts we need to build rocket silos. Yeah, I think we're pretty much good to go. Just waiting on these last drones to fly up, which we're waiting for the rocket to arrive. Okay, they just arrived. Nice. All right, let's head to Vulcanus. So we can throw that on. You can marvel at this peak engineering design. What I also should do is build another one of these and set it up to go for Aquilo, because Aquilo does have a bunch of items I would like to ship back and forth. Namely, we need to get tungsten plate going from Vulcanus over to Aquilo so we can make more foundations automatically. We also need superconductors, but we'll sort that today with Falgora once we increase that production. That platform is very sus looking. I don't know what you're talking about. This is just nature's finest design. It happens naturally. I mean, it's got a little more class than just brick. That's for sure, I think. Okay, what we should do now is request our turbo belts. And we probably need to ask for maybe 5,000 of these. Nature is dead and unfortunate. Yep. I mean, it depends on how you look at it. Some people might describe it as a very nice shape. Okay, so on Vulcanus... Yep, we got some rockets flying up, that's good. We have how many belts? Oh, where are my belts? Here they are. Yeah, that's a lot. That's 5,000 pretty much sitting in there. We already have 2,000 on board the ship, so we shouldn't be waiting for too long. Actually, what I could do is I can get over to Falgora now, start dropping off some stuff and preparing myself, and then I can send the ship back to load up on its own. Yeah, we might do that. Let's head to Falgora straight away then. Because this should be enough to get us started. And what we should also do is on Starliner Falgora, we should pause this. We don't want to be shipping stuff down if I'm going to be ripping up the cargo landing bay and moving it somewhere else. So let's turn that off. We're en route back to Narvis because Falgora is on the other side. Falgora is on the other side of Narvis. So we got to fly across first. And then I got to figure out if there's any better sized continents around that we can build on. But yeah, that is the plan. We're gonna get there. I'm gonna get my legendary armor. There's a couple ways we can do this actually. The first I've seen done after a little bit of research. Yeah, there's a couple ways we could do this. We could try and just make legendary items of all the ingredients required, which wouldn't be too outrageous. Or we can try and make epic quality everything. And then just try and chance with 25% quality that the modules give us, try and chance for legendary mech armor that way. And then we can scrap whatever isn't legendary. We could do that. That's an option that we have. And then we need to think about our modules as well. We're going to have the supercapacitors for legendary personal battery Mark IIIs, although I'm not sure if I'm going to need them if we've got space to put more reactors. Oh, actually, hang on. That's right. I unlocked the portable fusion reactor as well, which does 2.5 megawatts. The problem with this is I don't know how to get legendary tungsten plates or legendary carbon fiber yet. The quantum processor's not so bad. We can use holmium plates if we're getting legendaries out of this. Oh, yeah, okay, we are just going to have to go for legendaries. All right, here we are at Falgora. Let's drop down. And I need to drop some items first. So what we need... Where's my ship? Here we go. I need to drop some construction robots, some roboports, some chests, substations, electric poles, all our foundations, all our accumulators, some electromagnetic plants, some recyclers, probably a lot of recyclers, a bunch of drills. We don't need steam turbines. Power is going to be easy. Maybe some beacons, some speed modules, some quality modules, productivity modules for sure, and some good ones. And some cargo bays so we can get space in the cargo landing pad. Is there anything else I'm missing? I can't think of anything right now. And of course, belts. And some storage tanks, a bunch of arms. Oh boy, whoops. We've overfilled. Did not mean to do that, whoops. All right, we can pick all that up pretty quickly. Yep, we can grab all that, except I don't want the crafting items, so we can put those back in. Yep, okay, I think that's everything. We've still got a lot of rail supports and rail ramps on here, so that's convenient. We've still got blue belts. I don't want to be using blue belts, so we can get rid of those. 15 lightning rods, that's good to get us started. Yeah, okay. We can grab all that. And I think... Oh, actually, we also need to send down some undergrounds and some splitters. And probably just the rest of the belts, to be honest. We should be good. Then I can get rid of this cargo landing pad and we can be on our merry way. We don't need solar panels. We don't need a steam engine. We do need more pipes. And I'm full. We probably don't need the small electric poles. Don't need that many arms for now. Don't need the small drills anymore, so we can leave those in here. Pipes. I am really full. Okay, that'll probably do for now. What can we get rid of? We can get rid of some of these modules. Yeah, I really need those inventory expansions. Alright, now we can pick this up. Actually, I should make a save. There we go, and then I can save over my main save. Alright, cool. Let's do some exploring. I'll leave a lot of, pretty much leaving this behind. I think, like, it was cool, but I can do a lot better now that I know how to play Fulgora properly. And while we're doing this, we should also send our ship back to Vulcanus so we can start picking up those belts that we were after. Definitely a lot easier to explore now that we have standard power armor. No, mech armor. I keep calling it power armor because I keep thinking of the power armor in Fallout. That's basically what this is. I don't know why it's mech armor. I mean, I guess technically it is mech armor. When I think of mech armor, I think of something a lot bigger. Oh, we forgot our cliff explosives as well. We can get that from Vulcanus too. If I set this up to also request cliff explosives, which are here, we can request 100, I think. Do we have that available in the logistics network? Yes, yes we do. Cool, that's plenty. That should sort us out as well. Oh, hang on a minute. Have I just stumbled upon... Oh, okay. I think we just stumbled upon the continent that I was looking for. A sheer coincidence. Alright, that's cool. How much ore do we have sitting around? Let's just fill this out on the map so we can have a look. 1.9 mil, 2.4 mil. Okay, that's rubbish. 2.5 mil, 6.4 mil, 29 mil over there. Okay, that's looking better. Let's go explore that one. I think it's this island over here. Yep, so how much we got? 410 million. That should do us very nicely. And I think we've got a little bit over here too. Ooh, hang on. We got some more land masses up here. It's kind of small, but we can still make use of the space to build stuff on. Okay, how much? This is a small island, so it'll probably have a lot of scrap on it. 173 mil, not that much. Got more land masses over here. So we can basically build little mini factories everywhere and then ship items across by trains. So how does that compare? Yeah, that's definitely a much larger continent than this. Way more filled in as well. Got some more up here, but it's... Ooh, okay, this one's kind of big too. Actually, this one is pretty big. It's still going. But there are these little holes and stuff which we'd have to fill in with foundations, so that is kind of annoying. Because foundations are expensive. Yeah, okay. I think we will use the continent we found down south. That's 355. Okay, we got plenty of scrap. Yeah, plenty of scrap. All right. Let's fly back over here. Do we get better movement speed with a higher grade mech armor? I don't think so, because something I noticed, the exoskeletons don't help. Or do they? Oh, they do. Exoskeletons do help when you're up in the air. Okay. More exoskeletons would be pretty cool then. Okay, so this is the continent. So first things first, we need to start laying down our lightning rods. And there's already one here. Okay, I can't get rid of that because I'm full. With lightning rods, we'll just chuck one down here, I reckon. Try and maximize the surface area. And then we need to connect those up to power. Okay, and then this is going to be the main area that we do our building. Is this ground or is this oil? I think it's ground. Yeah, okay, cool. These need... Oh, okay, whoops. Where's my lightning rods? These need protection. Yeah, that should keep them shielded now. Okay, so we need, first off, to start mining. I could mine off this scrap first, just to try and get rid of it quickly. So let's grab our big drills. Big chonkers. My inventory's full. Okay, let's put down a chest so we don't have this problem. We can just chuck some of our belts in there for now. Accumulators, yes, that's something we need. Where should we put our accumulator batteries? Maybe I'll just stick them in the corner here for now. Yeah, okay. Accumulators. I really should have made a blueprint for this. And then we need lightning protection. There we go. So that's going to give us power when the lightning starts striking. And then we need to start grabbing the scrap. So we could do this a couple of ways. We could build with foundations some turbo underground belts that then travel across to here. Because since it's such a short distance, we might just do that instead of a train, because a train is just going to be expensive and slow for such a short distance. So if we do tunnels. Oh, but then we have to protect these with lightning. That's a little annoying. That's okay, we can deal with that. There we go. And then we need to hook them up to a power grid. There we go, that should be hooked up. We can use a substation to power these drills. And then we need to connect this up to the batteries. Like that. Nice. So that should be power sorted. How much power is in the grid? Ooh, quite a bit. We can copy this and plonk it here. Plonk another couple around. Okay, we'll have to wait for the cliff explosives to finish that off. But that should be power. Yep, 1.6 gigajoules ready to store. And we got our scrap coming through. We should be getting a lot higher yield on scrap than previously expected too, because we have the mining productivity, but we also have actually... Ooh, okay, this is something I want to try. What if we put quality modules into the big mining drills and get quality scrap? That might help us get some part of the way through upcycling. Then we need lightning protection again. Am I out of lightning rods? I am too, okay. But that'll give us a total of 10% chance of getting more quality out of the scrap. Plus we have plus 400% productivity, both from, and 50% resource drain. Wow, hang on. Does that equate, what's the math on that? Does that equate to 800%? Or is that 450%? How does that actually stack? Okay, we protect that with lightning. Sorry, protect that from the lightning. And then we need a belt. There we go, and we can see that we've got some quality coming through. And there we are, we now have our scrap coming in. So what we need to do is we need to run this through some recyclers. I grab recyclers like this, and I want to try and put quality into these as well, because that might help us get some further progress on the upcycling. Ooh, okay, and then This is the part where things get messy. Yep, very messy. I am full already. We need lightning rods, which needs stone bricks. Where do we get stone bricks from? Stone bricks, stone bricks, stone bricks. Where are the stone bricks? Here they are. Stone. Okay, so I need to smelt the stone. Oh, okay, small problem. We forgot to bring furnaces. No, hang on, we have furnaces. Never mind. Chuck some stone in there. We'll make us some stone bricks, and then we can make some more lightning rods. And we got to figure out how to filter all this. So, if we come up with a bit of a splitter design here, the items we get the most out of this is gears, I believe. Yeah, 20% chance of iron gear wheels, which not the most useful. So what we can do is we can do this sort of a thing that I've done before. We have a priority output, and then we need to filter for gears. Where are they? Here they are. Gears, and then we need to make sure we're looking for any quality when we're doing this, because we have a mixture of quality levels all across the place. Very full. Okay, let's where's lightning tower? Here we go. Yep, all right. So that's going to give us gears. I am so full. Need to get rid of some of this stuff. Some foundations, some rail supports. That'll do. Okay, and then I need to figure out, I think, from memory, we filter some item that we've never seen before, like a cluster grenade, onto the right side. Yep, that'll allow stuff through. Then we need to start filtering out the qualities. So this is going to be gears that's greater than normal. So anything higher quality than normal gears is going to come through here. And then the rest of the regular gears are going to come through here, and we can turn them into iron plates or any other items that we need. So then what we can do is I can create a splitter, create an inserter, and we can store the iron gears first. Let's plonk down a roboport. We can store the iron gears first with the priority split on the right, and then the rest can come up and get turned into other items later. The better quality gears are going to come through here, and for the time being, I think I'm just going to store them. We'll see how that goes. But that's our setup for how to get items off of this belt. So then we can just copy that. Let's copy it from here. We can flip it and plonk it down here and change this to be, instead of gears, we want, what's the next thing that happens? Solid fuel. Okay, we can grab solid fuel. Yep, so solid fuel is going to come out over here. Now, solid fuel is a bit of an interesting one because we don't actually need solid fuel for much other than rocket fuel. So anything with quality can actually just be scrapped, I believe. There's nothing we need to make with the solid fuel that would really benefit from higher grade. You could do legendary rocket fuel, but that just gives you better vehicle acceleration and top speed, which I think is pointless. So I'm just going to scrap whatever we get. And I think this has to be a double system. We'll see how that goes. And we need to change this over to solid fuel. But the rest of the solid fuel we can store because they will be useful. Why can't I pick this up? Oh, something I just realized too. We don't need that. Yeah, okay, that should be better. This is a little too complex. Okay, there we go. So that's going to split the solid fuel, and then we can start storing the solid fuel over here, and then the rest can move on to be turned into rocket fuel, which will be used for our rockets. Okay, the next item in the chain is concrete. Concrete is kind of useful, mostly just for making the reinforced concrete, no, the refined concrete it's called. And we use the refined concrete to make things like, where is it? I had it somewhere. Electromagnetic plants. So we use refined concrete to make electromagnetic plants, and that's going to be important to have in higher grades as well, so we can make legendary plants. So let's copy that. And I'm going to plonk it probably here. I'm going to change this to be our concrete. And we're also going to change this to be our concrete. Okay, so anything greater can probably just get stashed for now. Anything greater than common. And then the rest can also be stashed before making its way over to becoming something else. Yep, okay, so then what's next? Next is ice. Ice is not the most useful item on Falgora, but it can be used to turn into water, which is then used to make that refined concrete. So it does have some use, but other than that, you could turn it into steam and make some steam power if you need emergency power, but I mean, we've got lightning, so we shouldn't need that. So again, let's paste this. We are going to need some more space this time though, so I'm going to plonk that there. This is going to be ice. There we go. And again, I'm just going to store it. Yep. And then the next item after that is steel. So this is going to be steel. Once again, I'm probably just going to stash this. And the rest of the steel, yeah, we can just stash it for now. Okay, then we can flip this over and set this up for the next item, which is batteries. Batteries are important because you need them to make energy accumulators, and then you use the energy accumulators to make your supercapacitors, which you need to make basically everything else on Falgora. So batteries are definitely important, and once again, we're just going to stash them. Okay, the next item, probably just plonk here as well. The next item is stone. Stone has some small use, but mainly it's just used to make concrete if you need some excess, or it's used to make the lightning rods, which is kind of useful. You don't need too many of them though. Higher grade stone is pretty much useless, so but we will store it. Actually, no, higher grade stone does have its uses somewhere. I just can't quite remember. Okay, and then the next item after stone is red circuits, which we do know are useful. We need them for basically everything. And then the item after that is copper cables, which not as useful, especially since we already just have circuits. Copper cables not exactly used for much more other than that. Okay, we need some more lightning protection. Okay, and then after that we have blue circuits, which are very useful. They're probably one of the most important items. So let's filter for those. And then I think we're coming down on our final items now. So we got the low density structures, which are actually very useful for getting copper, because they take 20 copper each to make. So they're a good source of copper rather than the copper wires. Okay, it looks like we need another roboport. Which I can't really squeeze very elegantly into here, so it's just going to have to pop there for now. And we need a lightning tower again, which needs steel. Thankfully we have steel here now. And then the final item, the most important item, is holmium ore. And with that set up, we should now be filtering everything along this belt out of the system. Which it looks like we are, so that's good. So the next thing is to make this belt system run quicker. Which that pretty much does. We have to keep an eye on our items because they're going to start filling up very, very quickly. But yeah, okay, so that's our setup. This is getting kind of exciting now. Yeah, I need to sort my inventory out. I am full of garbo. The real problem with all this quality stuff is you end up with so many items. So many excess items. Alright, but anyway, so that's going to be filtering out all of our items into various things. The next thing we need to do... Why is this being done? Oh, hang on. I forgot to plug this down. There we go. We can't put quality modules into beacon, can we? No. Okay. Annoying. So the next thing we need to do is start turning this stuff into better stuff. Now, quality holmium ore is, in the literal sense, quite useless. Because holmium ore just turns straight into holmium solution, which is pretty useless. Which Which does get me thinking maybe it's a bit pointless that we're actually turning all this into higher grade stuff. Yeah, maybe this isn't the brightest idea, but hey, we're trying. We're trying things. Okay, so the next thing we need is to make the holmium solution. What I might actually do is split this. We need to be producing holmium solution en masse. Yeah, so I might prepare a little thing of scrap that's normal quality. Priority outputs to the right, and then goes back in to the main system if we have an excess. Yeah, that looks good. Nice. Okay, so that's going to come along here. Then we can grab our recyclers. We can do regular recycling here. Oops, so regular recycling comes out here with no quality. And then we can filter this out for the holmium, and everything else can also end up through this network eventually. Yeah, okay, so let's get that holmium online. So we have our foundries. We can plonk a foundry down here, and this is going to make... Oh, okay, hang on. It can't make holmium solution. In that case, that's where our chemical plants are going to come in handy, except I only have one. So we're going to have to grab some more. We also need the water. So maybe this needs to turn into water melting first. Ice melting. Can we put... You can put quality module into making water. That's not very useful. All right, let's also put down some beacons. Because we can put down some speed on here to make them quicker and productive. Now, something we should also do real quick is place down our spaceport. So I might just chuck it down here. There we go. And then we need to protect that with lightning and then probably hook that up to the grid. We might also move these around. Something like that. It's a little ugly, but it saves on space and gives us the maximum amount of access ports that we need to be able to use items inside and outside of the cargo landing pad. And we can put that down and that'll protect all of that. Cool. Let's quickly have a look at Electric Boogaloo. Are you satisfied? No, you're still waiting for transport belts, but you are also waiting for cliff explosives. Nearly done. Okay, what's happened here? Why have we run out of items? This has somehow been disconnected from the power grid. And it's because of this. There we go. That should fix that. There we go. We're getting scrap again. Nice. Hey, how much holmium do we have? We have a little bit. Kind of cool. So we need to get ice into here. Easiest way to do that is with a belt. So where's our ice? Ice is in here. So what we can do is get rid of that and run a belt delivering the ice straight to our ice melter. That melts nice and quickly. We can build a tank for that. Ice will eventually come through there. Alright, so then the water comes up. Then we need to deliver our stone. Which... ooh, I am full, which is not good. Then we can deliver our stone. And we're going to need more chemical plants. So I'm just going to blueprint this for now. But stone and holmium is going to make holmium solution in these. And this is where our water will come into play. Okay, these need to move up one. Because we can get water in here, and then using our long arm inserters. Oh, hang on, no. Move this up one more. Using our long arm inserters, we can insert a 2-laned belt with stone on one lane and holmium on the other lane. So let's grab our stone. Let's grab our holmium. Something like that. And then this can be delivered over to the holmium plant. And that's then going to connect up and make us holmium solution. Cool. Then that can head over to a foundry, which I can probably just plonk here. And that's just going to turn that holmium plate straight into other stuff. What I should probably do actually is run some beacons so we can speed this up. And then we can chuck them into a foundry, which is going to make us our holmium plates. We can hook that up with pipes. And then we can also chuck productivity modules in these. So that total productivity will end up being plus 90%. And it'll be nice and fast. So that's awesome. Now we're just waiting on our chemical plants. So let's check on our ship. Is it ready to go? Yes, it is. Do we have our explosives? Yes, we do. All right, let's send that back over now. And we can deliver those chemical plants. You can also blow up these cliff explosives. But then that's going to make holmium plates. Hi, what's happening? Thoracic Meat 5, welcome back to the stream. How you doing? I'm rebuilding my factory on Fulgora so that we can produce holmium plates in bulk, and so we can start doing wacky things with quality to try and get us our legendary mech armor. And that's proving to be quite the challenge. Yeah, why is this going all whack? There we go, that's fixed. Yeah, quite the involved process. But I'm trying a few things. I've tried putting quality modules onto our drills here so that we can get quality scrap. And then we can turn the quality scrap with quality modules in our recyclers into even higher quality output, which might help speed up some of the process of getting to legendary stuff. Which it looks like, yeah, we've got some legendary stone, so that's cool. I would like to get some legendary versions of batteries and other things, but that'll happen. Still grinding for legendary. Yep, that's the quest. Legendary everything will be the solution to all our problems. I'm sure of it. Okay, our ship's almost arrived with our items. We still got a good surplus of modules, which is good. Okay, we can also look at turning the solid fuel. How much solid fuel do we have? Quite a lot. We can start turning that into rocket fuel. We can do that with an offshore pump, which has to fit somewhere. There we go, that'll work. Where are we going to make rocket fuel? Probably just up here, to be honest. So we need to crack heavy oil into light oil. So we can probably just do that here. We might set up a beacon or two. This is going to crack heavy into light. Oh, we need water as well. Okay, okay. Let's flip these. Ooh. Okay, let's move that over. What we need is to plug these in without cross-contaminating. And then the water needs to come from our water tank supply here. There we go. That'll connect that up. We can throw some speed modules into our beacons, so this will go faster. We can chuck productivity into them once they get placed down. Then we can connect this up and that'll be our light oil. Like that. Cool. And then we can combine the light oil with the solid fuel and turn them into rocket fuel. So that's also done where? Biochamber and assembly machines. Okay. So assembly machines come through here. They can take advantage of the speed modules as well. They're going to make rocket fuel. Can we throw productivity in them? Yes, we can. Awesome. Let's save the good grade productivity modules and just use the tier 2s. Okay, then we need to hook this up to a pipe. And this pipe is going to be for our light oil. And then our arms are here to give us our solid fuel. Like that. Nice. Okay, so we should now be ready to go. How's our ship? Our ship has arrived, so let's drop our stuff. We need those cliff explosives. We need chemical plants. Probably some more modules. That should do for now. And they should now land in here, which has a nice big fancy scroll bar. That's really cool. Yep, here we go. And landing in the little pods. That's awesome. And there's our chemical plants. So now we can place these down. Finally get production going. Okay, we need our water. Here we go. Chromium solution. Sweet. Oh, and that's coming out real fast. Okay, so we're gonna need bulk extract that. Oh, and we need another lightning rod. We just chuck it there. It's probably time that we start throwing some of these cliff explosives around, which I believe are sitting in here. Yep. And get rid of these cliffs. How cool is that? And we can finally build. Okay, so that's a... Wow, that's a lot of holmium plates. Next thing we gotta do is figure out what to do. Oh, that's so many. That's awesome. What's happened to our stone? How's the stone making it? How's the stone slipping through? Oh, I see. It must be slipping through there. Okay, in that case, what we need to do next is start recycling the excess. Yep, well, something like that. Oh, how are we going to get rid of... Okay, we might need a chest for this. Where is my chest of chests? No, we don't have chests in there. Okay, we have to make steel chest. This is going to be a really, really ugly recycling loop. I need some more steel. There we go. Okay, that'll keep things running for now. We'll deal with a proper solution for that later. Now we need to turn this holmium stuff into something useful. And in particular, we're going to be going after the supercapacitors. So we need electronic circuits, which are easy to do. We can turn processing units, which I can't do because my inventory is full. We can turn processing units into red and green circuits, so that's probably going to be our best option. Yeah, okay, let's extract those. Where am I underground? Here we go. Actually, we should deliver this over to the other side, now that I think of it. Let's do all the electronics on this side. So, we need another lightning rod. We need a recycler. And what we can probably do is upcycle starting from this. So let's chuck one of these in. Let's get some quality going. There we are. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a passive provider chest. And then we can do some requests for making some better quality stuff later. But that's going to be giving us circuits for now. Once I chuck these in. There we go, there's our circuits. So then what I can do to save on some space... Actually no, we'll do it with belts. Let's chuck the belt on that. We can chuck some more quality modules in there and then get this going into 2. There we go. That's getting nice and topped up. Then I'm going to want to split this. Probably do our little sushi setup. We can split this into higher than normal green circuits. And for the time being, we'll just stash these, I think. So that's bulk insert, stash it into one of these boxes. And we can do the exact same on the other side. Probably there for the red circuits. I forgot this needs to discard items as well. Okay, there we go. So that's going to split that around. Eventually. Man, I am so full. I really need that upgraded inventory space. Okay, so that's then giving us a nice big fat juicy belt of circuits. That's really cool. So then we need to deliver these circuits somewhere to make supercapacitors. So supercapacitors need homing plates, check. Electronic circuits, check. Batteries, check. Superconductors, not check. Okay, we need copper plates and plastic bars. Copper plates and plastic bars. What can we do? Okay, those are going to come from low density structures. Yes, okay, so I need to discard more items. More ice can go in there. How's our water supply? Empty. Ooh, water's not looking good. Okay, that's a little better. Yeah, our water supply is not coming through very well. That's not what I want. Ooh, we do have better quality ice though, but I don't think that's... I think that's still going to give us the same problems. Yeah. Okay. We need to turn low density structures. We should do this on the other side actually. We need to turn low density structures into usable copper. Usable copper and usable plastic. So let's do that here. So we can grab some more of these recyclers. I might just do 2 again. Chuck our quality modules into those. And then plug those in. And the same process is going to happen here. So we can copy this. Paste it there. And change this. This is going to be copper plates. And this is going to be plastic. Looks like we need power. Okay, so then... Yep, copper plate and plastic should end up in these. So let's try this. We put low density structures in. Yeah, okay, that's coming through nicely. Big sushi belt. Oh, hang on, we're also getting steel as well. Let's account for the steel. Okay, nice. Then we need to take this into making... What are we looking to make? Superconductors. Copper plate, plastic bar, holmium. Alright, let's grab the holmium from here. We can probably deliver this straight up into this section of the map. Ah, and we are out of lightning rods. I think I've got some more stone in here. No, I don't. Okay, never mind. We can make some more stone for more lightning rods. Okay, circuits we can deliver. And then we also need our holmium. There we go. So now we need to split all these items out. So we don't need steel, so let's move steel over to here. On the right. Then we need to figure out how to discard that. And then we don't need red circuits, so we can split the red circuits out onto the left. Red circuits can probably just loop around. And then we can crash these two belts together. That'll form that side. And then we got these items here. Looks like we need more lightning rods. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. Oh, we need to power those. There we go. Okay, these are our items that we now need to be making supercapacitors, as well as superconductors. Yep, supercapacitors need holmium plates, superconductors need holmium, copper, and plastic. We also need light oil, so we need to run a pipe through here. There we go, that should do. And then what are these made in? Electromagnetic plants. Okay, that's where we get these big chonkers. I think we can just chuck them in here. We're going to be making superconductors. And I think we can either do quality or we can do productivity. Maybe we just do productivity for now. Then we need some liquids to come in through here. There we go, that's all hooked up. And we can throw down some beacons to make these quicker. Perfect. Yeah, I think this will work. How many of each do we need? Just one of each. Alright, this will be nice. And then I need to figure out how I'm actually going to extract these. Okay, we might extract them out the sides. But there we go, there's our superconductors. So we're nearly there. Next thing we need is supercapacitors, which need those superconductors, and they also need electrolytes. Electrolytes are done with stone, heavy oil, and holmium. So that's what we can use the excess stone for. Yep, holmium, heavy oil. Holmium, how much holmium? Ooh, we got plenty of holmium. Heavy oil's easy. We've got a tank for that ready to go. So then we can run this up here and probably just place it here somewhere. So let's run an underground pipe here. And this is done in another electromagnetic plant, so we can probably chuck one here. Actually, maybe we move it down one. This is going to be electrolytes. We can just do one of these. Yeah, okay, this is cool. There we go. We can probably do productivity modules in here. Then we need some beacons. That's annoying. Hang on. Let's rearrange this a little. Shuffle our pipes around. There we go. That'll get us some speed. Oh, look at that. So now we need to plug that into somewhere, but let's make a second one. And do the same trick. Yep. And we can do a pipe. Probably do another beacon, actually. Okay, maybe we move this tank up to here. Yep, something like that. Then we can fit these beacons in. Run an underground pipe. Something like that. Productivity. Here we go. I don't know why you'd want to put quality modules in there. You can't get quality fluids. Yeah, water's becoming a bit of a problem. But okay, there we go. Electrolytes done. And then we can jump this across and run a tank here for our electrolytes. Now we need to get the electrolytes over to here. Let's think about this. We need... How many items do we need for this? We need electronic circuits. We need holmium plates. Okay, maybe this will run up instead. Superconductors, and there was one other item. Batteries. We need our batteries. Where are our batteries? Here they are. So then this will run a tunnel. Ooh, okay, no, we don't want a tunnel there. Yep, and then we need that to crash into here, so... something like that. That'll form those items. Yeah, it looks like we need some lightning protection here. Alright, so that's going to form our batteries. It's going to form everything we need, actually. We just need to get the electrolytes up now. And then we can start upcycling our supercapacitors. We can start turning them into high grade items. Okay, nice. So we can put one of these down here. This is going to be making supercapacitors. We can chuck our productivity in there. Oh, we can't really fit speed modules in easily though. Let's try and rearrange this a little bit. We put it up here. We got our 2 belts running through here. Our beacon can then fit here. Oh, but that doesn't reach. Okay, beacons are going to have to go on the other side then. Oof, that's not good. Alright, there we go. This needs protection. Whoops. There we go. This is going to be supercapacitors. Throw our productivity modules in. Then we need our inserters to insert. And that should be everything. Oh, except for, of course, we need our electrolytes. So I'm going to double this. Put some speed modules down. Our electrolytes are here. We can pipe that up into there. And that's that. Except we're out of power. Why are we out of power? 1.6 gigajoules. I guess we're just consuming more than we're storing, so we've got to copy this and plonk it down somewhere else. Where's a good spot for it? Probably somewhere like... Oh, actually, no. I want to keep it a grid. Let's do that. And then we can plonk one down here as well. Maybe another one down here. Ah, we're out of accumulators. Do we have any more on the ship? Nah, yes we do. We have a few. How much power is that storing for us now? 3 gigajoules? Maybe. Maybe not enough. We should probably think about starting to make some accumulators here. But do we have any supercapacitors yet? No, we do not. Ah, forgot. I need to actually... I need to dump the supercapacitors somewhere. There we go. So that's ready to be turned into upcycling. Eventually. Yeah, I've missed a few modules around the place. Why is this so slow? What's causing the problems here? Oh, the batteries aren't making it through. There we go. Alright, we got our supercapacitors coming through. That's nice. Superconductors are slow because we don't have plastic bars. So what I probably need to do is split these because they're sushi belting too much. Alright, lightning rod there. Let's split this into copper plates on one side, plastic on the other. Actually, I need a little more space for this. Okay, this is going to be copper. Super ugly, but it works. Okay, this steel has stopped and clogged us up, so I need to turn that steel into something. Or we can run that back into the main loop. Yeah, we could try that. There we go. That might buy us some time. Okay, super capacitors have backed up. That's really cool. I don't think we've really been able to say that in this whole playthrough. That's really nice. So what do we do with these again? We need to upcycle these. Okay. Upcycling. How do we do... What's the best way to do this? We need to stay clear of the speed modules. Never done this before, so... We insert these. Need more lightning protection, which needs more stone bricks. Okay, lightning protection is down. So we need more... Actually, let's cut this and move it over here. Okay, these need to have quality in them so that they can output items of quality. And then we need to figure out... Yeah, okay, so then we can filter... Can we filter just any item? No, it doesn't look like it. Ooh, that's annoying. Okay, so we need to filter normal quality electronic circuits. We need to filter normal quality chromium plates. And we need to filter normal quality supercapacitors. No, superconductors. I think that's all the items we get out of that. No, we also get batteries. We need to filter normal quality batteries. There we go. These can all come back into the main loop, so... Oh, hang on, I need to flip these. Ah, no. Yep, okay, so... Chromium and circuits can join up. And then supercapacitors and batteries can join up, but they need to flip. Okay, yeah, I need to change this to... I need to flip these around. This needs to join back up again. And then these need to join back up with this. Like that. Yeah, something like that. And then everything else that's of a higher quality comes around. It needs to get turned into something else. So we might actually just chuck these into a passive provider chest. Looks like we need another robo port as well. And that needs lightning protection. Okay, then we can grab this and extend the logistics network. And they need lightning protection as well. Oh my goodness, so much lightning protection. We should be able to grab some copper wire actually, so we don't have to make it. And some steel. Where's the steel? Are we stockpiling steel anywhere? Not really. Dang. Oh, here we are, here we are. Okay, we can make some more lightning rods. Chuck that down. Maybe. Okay, something like that. And then we need to run power all the way up here. That works. Cool. So that's all logistic up. Words. We can send some logistic robots and maybe a construction robot. Ooh, we got some more items here. Nice. Here they are. Okay, and then we should be able to just chuck some logistic robots into here. That should sort us for that. So this is going to provide our uncommon and everything else, really. Why are we out of supercapacitors? We're out of circuits. Why are we out of circuits? Ah, because we have all these excess red circuits, so they need to be put somewhere. Maybe we just have a second stockpile here for now, and then we can recycle the rest later. There we go, now they're coming out. Oh, I'm out of beacons, so let's send some more beacons down. Oh, I forgot to put productivity modules in here. That would be probably useful. It looks like we're going to need some more recyclers at this rate. Ah, we're out of power. Damn, power's becoming a bit annoying. Maybe I need to set up fusion on this planet. Okay, that'll be a little bit more power. That, or we get some more efficiency out of making lightning collectors. It needs accumulators though, so we might hold off on that. Okay, these are slowly coming together, so when with those we can set up more of these. But instead, these are going to make uncommons. And this one's going to make rares. And then this one is going to make epics. And that should give us a small chance. No, hang on, wait. That makes us the ingredients. Yeah, okay, let's try this. So productivity, productivity, productivity. Should be able to cut that and put that over here. I'm going to loop this around, I reckon. And then that's going to come around there. So that way we have a bit more grab potential. Something like that. Oh, hang on, no. I've goofed this. Okay, we need to be building over here. Need to be making uncommon supercapacitors. We can pipe this fluid across. Should we do productivity? No, maybe we should do quality in here so we can try and get better quality supercapacitors out. Yeah, maybe we do that. And then we can set up a requester chest that requests for the uncommon ingredients. So this needs batteries, circuits, it needs... What else do we need? Supercapacitors and holmium. There we go. So then that should start crafting higher grade supercapacitors, which should then go off to get recycled. Where's our recycler? Here we go. Just do one for now. We chuck our quality modules in there. And provide a chest for these as well. There we go. We got some rare stuff out of that. Our first rare holmium plates. Ooh. Ooh, actually this is working. Okay. So then we need to do the same thing here for rare quality supercapacitors. Run a pipe going up. We need our quality. Oh, we need more quality modules. All right, let's ship some down. Maybe some more speed modules too. Yeah, the rares are coming in now. Okay, this needs the same stuff, but we need rares instead. Rare holmiums. Here we go, our first rare supercapacitor. And then that comes down and that gets turned into something else. Okay, we need to filter this to make sure that we're not going to scrap any legendary supercapacitors, because that would That would be upsetting if we lost them all. Alright, so now we'll just play the waiting game, I guess. Yeah, what's going on here? Oh, we have too many circuits. Hang on. What happened to our supercapacitors? Sorry, superconductors, where are they? Right here. Out of plastic. Out of plastic. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, we had too much copper coming through here, so we need to split the excess. And I'll just stick it in a chest for now. We'll do the same for plastic. There we go, that should sort us out. Yeah, okay, here we go. So now the problem is our supercapacitors and our circuits. So I'm going to send the excess circuits. Actually, let's do it over this side. Do our little split thing. All right, so our excess circuits are going to come out through here. And we can store them for the time being. But then any further excess we should just scrap, to be honest. Unless we can find a use for it. Do we need it for accumulators? No. Oh, you just need more batteries for accumulators. Well, we need the batteries. Need them for the supercapacitors. Okay, we're out of power again, but that's fine. Okay, we haven't made any epic items yet. That is a shame. Yeah, this power is becoming a bit of a problem. 3.2 gigajoules is still not enough. I don't have any more accumulators. Do we have any back at the original base? No, they're getting pretty crap rates too. Okay. Accumulators. How do we make accumulators? We need iron plates and we need batteries. The batteries are all getting used up. The supercapacitors. So we might have to try and just make some here. So let's filter this for iron gears, and then we can turn the iron gears into iron plates. Something like that. So the iron gears can turn into iron plates, and then the iron plates will then turn into accumulators. Once we put this and filter this instead for batteries. And then everything else can probably just get scrapped. Or we could send that over back to the main belt. Yeah, maybe we do that. Yeah, okay, that'll get sent to the main belt. Damn, that's thick. Damn, that's a lot of items. Okay, we need to power this. So iron plates are coming out through there. And then iron plates and batteries can turn into accumulators. That's done. It can be done in an electromagnetic plant, so let's take advantage of the productivity bonus. Man, my inventory is not having a good time. There, we got some ice. We can turn that into water. Solid fuel, we can turn into rocket fuel. Oh, actually, we forgot that we need to actually get the rocket fuel out. I'll deal with that in a sec. I really need these accumulators online. There we go. Accumulators. We need a roboport for that. Or we just chuck it here, to be honest. Hey, that'll give us some power. Nice. Can we chuck productivity on that? No, we can't. Okay. We can chuck speed on it, though. Okay, we do have a backup of other items here, so we need to probably copy this setup again. Flip it around. Yeah, I wonder, can I paste that into here, I wonder? Probably could, actually. We can switch this over to gears. Specifically, I want to switch it to normal gears. And we can turn these into iron. And then that's going to give us our iron supply. Nice. What's going on here? Why is this so full? Okay, okay. Can we run this up into here? Maybe that'll help. Damn, look at these items. There's so many. Okay, power's out again. But we got accumulators this time. Yeah, this power's becoming a real problem. Hopefully, once we get some accumulators going, that'll be okay. Oh, hang on, this isn't connected. There we go, that's connected. So we can store 3.6 gigajoules at the moment. Not great, but still better than nothing. These holmium plates are sitting around doing nothing because... Oh, hang on, what's going on here? Oh, we have an excess of batteries now. That's cool. Okay, we could... What should we do about that excess? Not sure. Like, we should be getting less items in than we're putting out, so that shouldn't clog up, but it seems to be that it is clogging up. Still don't have any epic quality items yet, which is a shame. Let's set this to make epic quality supercapacitors. We need quality modules. They should have been shipped by now. Yep, there we go. Yeah, this is slow. This is very slow. Yeah, we need epic those, and we need epic superconductors. Alright, chat, how do we speed this up? Does anyone have any ideas? Because this is... Oh, actually, we do have some epics. But it's not great. Yeah, chat, do we have any ideas on how we can speed up this upcycling? Other than making sure the power stays online, of course. Like, how long does everyone actually expect their legendary modules to be made? Or rather, their legendary holmium, because this legendary holmium is what's holding us back. We have one epic holmium. How long did that take us? Within the hour, we made... Wait a minute, why isn't it showing up? Oh wait, we didn't make legendary. Within the hour, we made one holmium plate in epic quality. Which is not very good. Hang on, was it within the 10 minutes? Yeah, pretty much. We made it at a rate of 0.1 per minute. How do we speed this up? Do we just build more machines? Okay, hang on. We need to sort this problem out, so... Let me grab one of these. Alright, so that's going to give us batteries, and it's going to get rid of the excess. Okay, we finally got an epic superconductor. Oh! Wait, hold on. We got our first legendary superconductor. Heck yeah. Hey, hi Vic. How you doing? We finally got the first one. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. So how far does that mean we have left to go to getting legendary armor? We have our first one out of 50, but then we also need to make 50 supercapacitors. Oh boy. That's going to be a lot. But we got the first one, and that actually honestly didn't take too horribly long. So it's progress. We just need to get this power sorted, which is taking up a lot of accumulators. Chat, what do we reckon? Should we keep investing in accumulators or should we go fusion on Fulgora? It's possible it's time for fusion. There's 4 gigajoules there. Fusion! Alright, that might be the answer. The answer, whatever you pronounce it. Okay, Electric Boogaloo needs to then ship over some items. Maybe I need to do that manually. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna chuck down my stuff. And then... Oh, hang on, we forgot. We need to build a rocket. That's important. Let's send down the rocket parts. Need steel, electric engines, processing units, low density structures. Alright, so I have all the parts for a fusion reactor back at Narvis, where they... Here, I have plenty of fusion parts, so we can use those. And I also have plenty of barrels of fluoroketone, and I have fusion power cells. So let's head back to Narvis and sort that out. Let's build that rocket first, though. Oh, pipes. I need pipes. Here we go. Rocket number 1. Ah, yes, and then I need to figure out how I'm going to get the rocket fuel out of this. What we might just end up doing we might end up just doing a quick split design like this. Yeah, we might do a split design like that. This is getting really ugly. We can do a split design like that, and then we can export rocket fuel. Oh, that is annoying. Ugh. Alright, hang on, let's just plonk this down. We can request our rocket parts. He's not in a network though, so I'm going to have to add him to a network. Rubberport, where are you? There we go. Whoa. That was cool. Okay, so that's requesting. Then I need to figure out how to fit these. I don't actually have enough room here to do this, do I? No, hang on, we might have some. Yeah, okay, this might work. So then we grab one of these. Oh, hang on a minute. No, wait. I can run a belt going inside, and then we can do this. Oh! Okay, no, we can't. That's just going to contaminate the belts. Thought I was big braining it for a second, but I was not. Okay, and then we can just probably be extra lazy and chuck this into the chest. because we don't actually need to ship that across anywhere else, so belts are kind of redundant for that purpose. Okay, now we can put our stuff in and we can send ourselves up. We could do with some beacons. Like that. There we go, that'll speed you up. Except we're out of power again. Fusion, my beloved, where are you? Okay, we could request... Nope, okay, hang on. We don't need to request those anymore, since we have all our items. Ah, this power thing is annoying. This power problem is becoming a real issue. Okay, that's charging up, which means the rocket should be ready in a sec. There we go. That is a lot of holmium. I've never seen so much holmium before. Ooh, we got our first holmium plate in legendary quality. Our first holmium plate. That's awesome. Means we're half a percent of the way to completing all our holmium plates. Oh man. Is there any way to speed this up, chat? We can't use speed modules because speed modules take quality away, so I need to scale a bit. Yeah, I think that's really our only option. What is the bottleneck other than power? Oh, probably the fact that I haven't actually put inserters into one of those machines. That might actually help a little bit. Okay, there we go. That cycles back around. We should input priority on the right so that the items coming in end up being the ones used first. So the items coming in from our recyclers are the ones getting used first. And we're out of power again. God damn, how much power are we eating? Production, no, hang on, we want consumption. Consuming 100 megawatts. Holy. 100 megawatts, okay. So we're gonna need a few fusion reactors for that then. Because a single fusion reactor runs at... Fusion generator produces 50 megawatts. So we can attach 2 of those to a single fusion reactor. Is that right? Oh, but there's neighbor bonuses too. Okay, so maybe if we get 4 fusion reactors together. Let's try that. So let's send this ship back over to Narvis. How many fusion reactors do I have? Fusion reactors, I have plenty. So 4 fusion reactors. They do 100 megawatts each, but with a neighbor bonus. Does it work the same way as... Oh, hang on. How would a neighbor bonus like this work? Does it work the same way that a nuclear reactor works, where you can just put 4 of them next to each other, or can you do some more wacky contraptions with it? Because they are bigger. Let's have a look. Do we have a tips and tricks for fusion? No. Why is that? Okay. Guess they want you to figure it out. There's nothing in here, is there, for fusion reactors? No, okay. Guess we gotta figure this out. Oh, actually, yeah, while we've been gone, how's our legendary ores going? Ooh. Got quite a nice little supply going. Okay, we're home. I can drop to the planet now. Just want to have a quick look how we're going here. Okay, we got 2 electronic circuits. The electronic circuits I'm not really concerned about because we have tons of them here sitting in a big pile. Okay, I'm going to sort these. Where are my chests? Here we go. This is so much legendary ore. I'm sure we can find a use for it. Legendary! Getting pretty excited to see what we can do with this. Okay, we can chuck sulfur in there. Calcite in there. Carbon we're running out of space of. There we go. Okay, so we need to ship fluoroketone, probably not that much. Send that up. And maybe we'll send 2 sets of barrels. And then we need a whole bunch of fusion cells. Okay, what else do we need? We need the actual reactors. Okay, hang on. I want to see... Whoops, hang on. I put them back in. I want to see... How does these work? Wait, how would you actually get a neighbor bonus for that? How does the neighbor bonus work? How does the neighbor bonus work on a fusion reactor? Does it work when you connect the fluoroketone, or does it work when you connect the plasma? Oh wait, we can connect them like this. Well, what if we did a hexagon? No, hexagon can't work because then you can't insert fusion cells into the middle reactor. So you'd have to go with something more like this. You do an H. Okay. Maybe we just send them all up. It's annoying you can only send up one at a time. It's going to take a little while to ship everything. Okay. Ideally plasma, but if you only need a small amount, fuel will do. Oh, do you get a different amount based on which fluid you end up touching? Is that how it works? Okay, I think that's all of it shipped, so we can ship ourselves now. Righty, here we go. So, is that everything? Waiting in orbit. Okay, yeah, that's everything. Let's head back to Falgora. We have 400 fusion power cells. I hope that's going to last us quite some time. Otherwise, I'm going to have to build a new ship and get that ship going between Aquilo and Falgora. How do we make these things again? It's holmium and lithium. Okay, so we can have a ship going between Falgora and Aquilo, shipping holmium and fusion cells back and forth. That's pretty easy to do. And they're actually right next to each other on the map, so that's even more convenient. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. That's pretty cool. Alrighty, we've arrived, so let's drop all our fusion reactors down. And our fluoroketone. And our fusion power cells. Probably need to send down a few more pipes. Oh no, we forgot. Whoops, we forgot one thing. Darn it. We forgot the cryogenic plants. To actually cool the liquids. Are they sitting in... Okay, they are sitting in a provider chest. Nice, so we don't have to go down to the planet. We can just create... We can lodge a request. We need a cryogenic plant. Import from Narvis. Turn that on. Nearly there. How's our legendary stuff from Falgora going? We have 2 holmium plates. We're 1% of the way there. Now what's slowing this down? We don't have any circuits. Oh, because that's... Whoops. That's priority splitting the other direction. That's a problem. But also, what's going on with this? We don't have any blue circuits. Ah, because we have a backup. Oh wait, we have a backup of ice now. How did that happen? Okay. So in that case, we need to be getting rid of all this stuff. So, we need to be turning the stone. Sorry, turning the steel. Turning the steel, we'll probably bring it up here. We'll turn that into steel chests. Actually, hang on, no, this needs to craft into steel chests. Which then gets input into a recycler. Almost assembled mechanical armor, yes. So that needs to go into here, and then that'll input into this thing, which can then do a little loop. A funny little jumper loop. Like that. That'll get rid of all that. Yeah, we're 1% of the way to mech armor. It's so slow. Otherwise, we could also instead... Oh, okay, hang on. What if we instead... Okay, hear me out, chat. Is this a good idea? If maybe instead of making legendary components, because that's going to take a really long time, maybe instead we make epic components, and then using the more extra quality percentage that we get from these modules, we try and chance legendary armor from epic components. Is that a better idea than trying to just make legendary components? I think that might save us some time. We're going to get a lot of extra epic components. Sorry, we're going to get a lot of extra epic mech armors, but we could then recycle those back into their epic components. Well, what do you guys think? Okay, we got our cryogenic plants. We can head back. Yeah, maybe I will turn this down to less than epic. And I'll filter this for the epics. Yeah, that works. And we might turn... No, we need that still. Yeah, okay, we'll see how that goes. We do have these better quality modules as well. Maybe we need to ship those down. Yeah, ship myself down. Drop the cryogenic plants. Here we go. Okay, fusion. How are we going to set up fusion? What I should probably do, actually. Yeah, okay, hang on. Let's sort our inventory out, because this is a mess. But what I should do is I should make a save so that I don't waste all the fusion power when I test this. Alright, let's do that. So, where are we going to put this? Probably around here, right? So if we try and place... We need... Oh, okay, so we can't match it there. So instead if we did it here... This feels kind of redundant, doesn't it? Oh wait, hang on. We said we would do the H going this way. How is this going to work? We need fluids to come in, which we can do from here. Yep, that's going to pump fluid into all that. Okay, and then the plasma. That's right, we can't forget the plasma. Oh, hang on a minute. We've got arrows going in, but then we've also got arrows going out. How does this work? Can we just stick these together like this? Maybe? Okay, hang on. So let's try putting some of these in. They have no power connections. We can sort that out quickly. And then they need input fluids. So we need first empty the fluids, which we can do like this. There we go. We can empty that. We can't do productivity. Let's chuck those in there. We also need a chest to get rid of the excess, the barrels. Oh! Okay, we've got a bit of power going. Forgot to make a save, but alright, whatever. So then we've got... Yeah, let's check the neighbor bonus. Wait, we have no neighbor bonus. Is that because they're not running? Hang on. Accumulator charge is full. I'm a little confused. And why is this not breaking? Do we not have cliff explosives? Let's send some more down. Here we go. Okay, cliff explosives. So we're producing 1.8 megawatts from these fusion generators. Why is this all stopped? No more circuits. What's going on with these guys? Ah, okay. I think we need some storage boxes. Storage chests. Send those down. Yep. It'll come down. And then we can put this in. That'll go through this and turn into boxes and turn into nothing. That'll free up the rest of the scrap belt. There we go. What's going on here? Why are you not? There we go. Wow, that filled up very quickly. And absolutely no steel is making it through. That's not what we want to see. Alright. It might be time to finally build a proper scrapping loop here. So we need to filter out gears. Where are our gears? Gears are here. So we can filter out gears. And then gears are going to turn into scrap. Something like that. And then that turns into iron, and then the iron can turn into chests. Where's my crafters? So this can turn into chests. We got iron chests. And then the iron chests can then be recycled. What am I looking for? Why is my brain not working? And then this can just dance in a little loop. Something like that. Then we gotta figure out what to do with the concrete. So I think from memory, concrete very easily turns into hazard concrete. We're looking for concrete. This very easily turns into hazard concrete. And then the hazard concrete recycles basically into nothing instantly. No, not into nothing. Okay. It recycles back into concrete, so then we can send that back into the loop. Then the rest of this stuff, what is this? Ice. Among other things, they can probably just go into your regular run-of-the-mill recycling loop. I do need some more steel for chests. Wait, how's our power doing? So the fusion generator has been working. And it's barely used any of the fusion cells. Ooh, okay. That's a pretty good return then. What happened to our gear chest? Here we go. Ah, okay, that's a lot of gears. That needs to be turned into stuff too. Is there anything else we can make with gears that would be worth making on this planet? We can have a look at the Factorio. Gears can be used in all this stuff. But I don't think any of them would prove particularly useful to us. Yeah, so we're probably just going to have to scrap that as well. Alright, annoying. There's so much scrapping to be done on this planet. Okay, then again, we need to turn this excess into our iron chests. Probably speed that up with some modules. And then feed that back into the loop. Like that, there we go. That gets rid of the gears. We're back in business. Except we're not. What the heck's going on here? No, hang on. This is not working. Ah, help! This is not working. Can we yoink some of these? No, I'm gonna need some steel from somewhere. Where's my steel at? Here we go. Let's make some more chests. We're going to need to do our little loop back thing up here. That starts getting rid of that. Yeah, maybe we should not have gone with the quality stuff. Maybe quality modules in these was a bad idea. I think we've clogged up our belt a little too much. Lesson learned. That was not a good idea, I don't think. I thought I was cutting back on some time by doing that, but turns out no. So how's this going? Are we getting anything? We need superconductors, we need holmium, we need holmium. We really just need more speed on these, don't we? Okay, what if we copied these and just kind of made more of these? That's the mantra of this game, is it not? More! Oh, we're out of inserters. How did we manage that? Gonna have to ship some more down. Okay, and then again, power is barely being consumed, which is really, really nice. So I assume that must... Yeah, the neighbor bonus is coming through. It's a bit weird how that works, actually. It's not constant like the nuclear plants were. Huh, interesting. But that is coming through here. So the last thing we need now, the fluoroketone needs to turn into stuff. So let's try and get that fluoroketone pumped out. Alright, so there's the fluoroketone, and then we can cool that in our cryogenics plant. Which is this guy here. And cool that. We can't put... Why can we put quality modules in that? You're not going to get quality fluoroketone out, are you? No, I don't think that's I don't think that's going to do anything, so we might as well just throw some speed modules in there. Except we probably don't even need that either because it's coming out really, really slowly. Anyway, that's going to do its thing. And then we can just pump this all back in. Nice. Alright. I think we did fusion. Rate my fusion plant. And we still got plenty of parts left over if we needed to expand it. Okay, so let's get this connected up. We need more batteries. Plasma is not transported through pipes. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have any pipes connecting them up. Yeah, we've just got the hot fluoroketone, so the rest is just transferred through these ports. Unless I'm missing one. Oh wait, the plasma is not so I could... Yeah, that's barely being consumed. That's really cool. Can be connected with one pipe without bends. Can it? Oh, I get what you mean. So I can just have an array of these and a pipe going through the middle, and that's that. Yeah, okay, I suppose that could work. Yeah. Alright, I'll leave that for now, and then if we need more power later, I'll redesign that to do that array. What's wrong with our batteries? Why do we not have batteries? We don't have batteries down here. Okay, maybe... How do we make batteries? We might have to start manufacturing them. We need sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid is iron and sulfur. Can we make... Can we make sulfur here? Water and petroleum. Yes, we can. Okay. So we need... We've got the heavy oil here. We need to crack the light oil further into petroleum. We don't want to cross-contaminate those, though. Okay, so we'll get our water from there. And our water can plug in like that. Cool. That's going to make us some light oil. Probably just throw some speed on that since it's infinite. Sorry, not light oil. Petroleum gas. And then we can throw a tank on that. So then the petroleum gas and more water make us our sulfur. What I might do is I might flip these and we can just simply run one of these pipes through. That might be a little elegant. Then we can speed these up. I do need to run this pipe across. There we go, sulfur. Then we need to bring the sulfur together with iron, which we have down here. Can we make batteries in an electromagnetic plant? No, but we can do a cryogenic plant. Good thing I brought lots of these then. Cryogenic plant. And chuck down here. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, this is big brain. No, wait, we need copper. But this is big brain because we can throw so many productivity modules in here. What's that bring us? 48%. Ooh. Okay, this is cool. This is cool. Let's connect that up. Sulfuric acid needs to come around. Okay, so that means we need sulfur and we need iron. This is getting a little tight. Sulfuric acid is 3 things. Okay, hang on. Let's try a bit of a different design. Let's get the water on here. And then a pipe comes underground here. This is going to make sulfuric acid. And then we can run some items. Let's get our iron. Looks like we're going to need to split this again. Look at this, I'm not using bots to do this either. And merge these together and then run this up. And we need those bulk inserters. Bulk inserter goes in, bulk goes in over there. It's our sulfur. Nice. And that's going to make our acid, which then can connect up with pipes. That's not the greatest connection I've ever done in my life. Hang on, we can fix that. That's better. Let's underground this belt so that we can get this acid across. We could actually stick a tank here. Nice. So that's our batteries. We just need the iron and the copper. The copper we have in excess over here, so let's run a belt all the way across here. This is a very, very long belt. Holy moly. We need to somehow get the copper down here. Maybe tunnel through there is going to be a better idea. Okay, then we got... Then we got batteries, so then we need to ship the batteries back. Easiest way is probably just to join it back up with the main belt, but we could skip that as well. Join it up with this belt. Yeah, we might do that. Ow. Can we squeeze through here? Yeah, we can. There we go. That should get our batteries across. So now we just need to plug these in. And run some speed modules. Let's get a couple beacons going. There we go. Batteries. Heck yeah. Alright, that's really cool. So now that we've got some more batteries being supplied, we should be getting more superconductors. A little bit. It's possible we either need yet more of these, or we need more speed modules going around it. Yeah, we can try more speed modules. Crafting speed 7. That's pretty good. Okay, is that satisfying these machines? Kind of. Yeah, okay, cool. That's still going to be very slow, but for the time being, let's copy these. Drop them here. Yeah, we still need more batteries. Alright, we need to be crafting more. It's a shame we can't make them, you know, electromagnetic plants. Ooh, we need more sulfuric acid. Why is that? Need more water? Yeah, we need more water now. Okay. Only a slight issue. Oh, okay, hang on. We also need to get rid of the quality modules I put in here. That was a silly idea. Try and get rid of all this stuff. I think it's kind of going to be useless. Okay, looks like we need more water. There we go. Ice is coming through now. Let's speed that up a little bit more. Maybe that was too much. Oh man. Yeah, quality scrap, not the greatest idea. Let that be a lesson to you all out there. I mean, it probably could be done and to some great effect if you can get it right, but I think for most practical senses, it's not necessarily a very space-efficient way of doing things. Oh god, hang on, how have we ended up with all this stuff here? How are we ending up with solid fuel on this belt? Hold on a sec. Okay, I can't see any solid fuel now. That was a little confusing. Fuel still looking fine. Fusion power, okay. Damn, fusion power is really efficient. Wow, these are completely full. Not good. Yeah, items are flowing very slowly. Alright, that's starting to come through now. Yeah, okay, we got both lanes moving again. Nice. That's what we needed. Does anyone else just sit here sometimes and just watch their stuff move on the belts? It can get pretty mesmerizing. Kind of fun just to watch things moving around. When it's working, of course. Okay, what we might do is try and belt hop this. Fill up both sides of the belt a little bit more. And we're clogged. How did we clog up? Stone. Oh, okay. We can turn stone into... Yeah, okay. I know what we can do. We can filter stone out. Bring it around. And then we can turn it into landfill. Because then I believe landfill... scraps really easily. Need another recycler. Okay, looks like I need some speed modules on here. Might even need a second machine here. Just to help out a little. Okay, what's our power consumption? Almost 100 megawatts. Ah, and supercapacitors are now low. Why are you low? Light oil. Why are we out of light oil? Because we're not cracking it, and we also don't have speed. Wait a sec. Oh, hang on. Did we kill... Whoops, we might have killed the light oil pipe. Alright, that's fixed. There we go. Oh, look at that. We're getting 4 for each craft. It's awesome. Yeah, there we go. Okay, what's wrong with this one? No circuits. Ah, because we forgot to place one of these down. There we go. This is still going incredibly slowly though. But this is backing up now. So we could try upscaling this now. Ooh, okay, that's bad, that's bad. Don't want to put speed on those. Okay, that's fixed. So we can take a look at our progress. We can see products finished 6 on this electromagnetic plant, and it's actually making another one right now. So there we go, that's 7. Got some more components out of that. This is still backing up, so we could make some more of these. We need lightning protection. There we go. Damn, look at this. We're upcycling. I think that's what it's called. There we are, starting to consume this. I don't know what the perfect ratios of doing this is going to be. Okay, this could be going a little quicker. Let's make another... Let's make another one of these. We need to throw some quality modules into that. Maybe I need to throw some better quality modules into here, into these. Might work. Yeah, so quality is now plus 18.4% on this epic supercapacitor electromagnetic plant, so that's nice. Okay, it looks like we need more superconductors because we need more plastic. Why are we out of plastic? We're not making low density structures. Actually, we're not making items in general. Okay, this was a bad idea. That's better. That's a more full belt. There we go. Low density structures are coming in better now. Let's get rid of this. Can we put productivity on these? No. We can put speed on them though. Nice. Oh, our circuits are starting to slow down. Yeah, we don't need quality on those. What's backing up? These, and you're backing up because this isn't going to... Ah, okay. Yep, okay, this needs to come back around. To be put into here. We need to be making these quicker. Nice, that's all flowing through. We have throughput. They're still munching on this wall too. Okay, cool. So where does that leave us? Works finished is still 7, so this hasn't moved. We need holmium plates. Supercapacitors, still waiting on plastic. And then we got copper problems. Okay, so if we then take the excess copper and scrap that, yeah, that should free up this belt and allow more plastic to come through. Eventually. Maybe we need to throw down some beacons. And I'm out of speed modules, so we gotta grab some more. And we can also grab some more turbo belts as well, because I ran out of those. I don't know why I've got superconductors sitting in the cargo bay. Alrighty. Still waiting on these. Just still waiting on holmium plates. And how do we make... Can we make better holmium plates? Oh, we got productivity going on in here though. We kind of don't want to get rid of that. But I suppose we could try... We can filter this for regular holmium plates. And then just chuck them into some chests. Oh, but we got speed running on these, so that's not going to work. Alright, hang on. What we'll have to do is run the same recipe over this side, except on this time we can then give it quality and no speed. There we go, see what that does. Oh, I see some quality holmium plates coming through. So what we can do then is filter that for the better quality holmium plates. And they're going to come down this side and get put into a chest. Ooh, that's producing a bit of a yield. Oh, look at this. The belts are full again. You know what that means? No, that's not gonna fit. Unless we paste them here. This is getting very excessive. Okay, we need some more electromagnetic plants. Yeah, there we go. That holmium actually helped, I think. Okay, so this is going to be very excessive, but I think we might be able to make this work. This is going to get very messy with the... What do you mean can't... Is that an oil... Oh my goodness. That's not an oil ocean, buddy. That's a puddle. Okay, we can power those up. Then we need a belt, bringing the products back in. Then this needs to filter onto the other side of the belt. Alright, and then we need the beacons. Where are my beacons at? There they are. So they're gonna have to go on this side. And we can fill those with modules. Looks like we don't have enough productivity modules to fill all these, so we'll have to use the lower tier ones. That's fine, and then we just need to run these belts around. And connect up the pipes. Okay, so then pipe. Might actually shift this down a little bit. Give us some space to run a pipe around. Like that. There we go. Now we need more batteries again. Enough with the batteries. Oh, and holmium plates by the looks of it. Why are we low on holmium plates? We're low on holmium ore, okay. And we're low on that because we're low on scrap by the looks of it. Okay, we can finally increase our scrap. We can finally throw down some extra drills. Or we could throw down some productivity modules instead. That'll just speed modules. Yep, speed modules seem to have worked. Okay, maybe we can get rid of these. Grab those foundations back and just chuck some speed modules in here. That should satisfy the belt. Yep, it has. Excellent. So then I wonder, can we squeeze some speed modules into these? And what's going on down here? Why are these slow? Okay, let's squeeze some speed modules into these as well. Gonna need to grab some more. Okay, what's our production rates? Holy, 750 holmium plates per minute. Compare that to 10 hours ago, or our record rather. Holmium plates, where are they? I peaked at 159 holmium plates per minute. Now we're doing 783. Holy. That's awesome. Holmium, oh, how are we doing on that? Okay, we were doing okay before. Now we're doing better. So that's nice. And then we got a lot of productivity, which is why that's skyrocketing. All this just to get some fancy armor. Okay, yeah, we definitely need more holmium ore by the looks of it. So, how are we going to actually get more holmium ore? Oh, these are full. These are actually filled up. That's not ideal. Yeah, there's a lot of holmium ore sitting in these. Hang on a sec. That's not good. That's wastage. Okay, what are we going to do about that? I guess the only thing you can do is more scrap. More scrap recycling, but then you have to get rid of all the excess items. Okay, hang on. I've got an idea. I've had a genius idea. What if we... Okay, let's copy this again. Flip it around. Get some more scrap coming around, and let's bring it up here. I'm gonna try this. Okay, we got some space to build here, so let's try. First of all, we need to get some more lightning rods. If I run a loop, okay, so if I ran a loop of recyclers and scrap, but then set input priority, and then ran this on a loop around, and then if we then filter this stuff here for holmium, oh, we need protection. Yeah, if we then filter this for holmium, holmium comes out here. And then this loops back around. And then this comes back down to here. Maybe you guys can see what I'm thinking. So if we scrapped all this stuff, but then as it comes back around, we prioritize... Yeah, that needs to change to a different belt side. Then we prioritize the input of the stuff coming back around in a loop. Then we can scrap that instead. At least until we run out of this stuff. Okay, hang on, and then... I guess we just need to speed this up. Is this big brain or is this stupid brain? Okay, wow, this is very slow. No ingredients. What do you mean no ingredients? Okay. So what do we think? Is this a smart idea or is this dumb? Because I literally don't need anything else except holmium. And we just can't store all this stuff or even turn it into other stuff because we don't need anything else. We just need the holmium. But I've got no holmium coming through. Okay, what if we... I'm running out of recyclers. What if we copy this over here and join this back up to the loop? And then throw some speed on that. Does that work? I suppose from here we need to make sure that we're not scrapping holmium ore. I mean, maybe? No, it's completely died. Oh. No, okay, that did not work. Oh, but hang on, we are getting some holmium coming through here. 20, okay, 20 pieces. Where do we need to deliver that to? Over here, okay. Alright, so that's a little bit of extra holmium, but it's not much. Oh, this belt's full again. What's going on? Okay, it doesn't like... We're full on copper cables, okay. Which means we need to start scrapping the copper cables. There we go, that's turning into copper, and then the copper can turn into scrap, because we don't need it. Nice. Okay, that should free up some of that. We need to do the same with the fuel. Where's the fuel? Down here. Oh boy, that's a lot of fuel. Okay. We can priority split this to the left, and then any excess can then go straight into a recycler. Yep, that goes in there. We can flip this around. And that gives us space to then do this. And then our cheesy little loop here. There we go. That frees that up on the belt. Then we got all these excess red circuits that I don't really know what to do with. Ugh. What are we gonna do with the red circuits? It looks like we need more batteries again. But what's slow about the batteries? Ah, they're just crafting slow, okay. We can think about deconstructing this, I reckon. And maybe doing another one of these. Can split this, loop it around. Okay, there we go. Gonna make batteries. And then we need the sulfuric acid. How are we gonna squeeze sulfuric acid? We can probably do it here. There we go. This'll work. And now we just need water. We could throw down some productivity on these. Can we throw down a beacon? Yes, we can. Right, now we need to figure out what to do with these batteries. Batteries. Actually, instead of wasting all the batteries over here, we could also filter. Yeah, let's do that. This is going to become a tunnel. And then we can do another filter. This is going to filter for batteries, because we actually need batteries. And we could just connect these, I think. And then we can split them over here. Chromium on the left, batteries on the right. Then we need to deliver the batteries down to here. No, wait, hang on. The batteries need to go up. Yep, up into here will do. There we go, batteries. So we should have a little bit extra batteries out of that. What's going on here? This is a total disaster. Okay. I have an idea. It's circuit time. Let's wire these up. Okay, if this is full, we're gonna hold just this little single belt. This is gonna enable disable if everything or anything, nope, everything is, we're gonna enable if everything is equal to 0. Yep, so that's stopped. Yep, so hopefully what that does is it's going to chew through all this stuff first. Oh, actually... no, we should be connecting this one. Yep, that's letting stuff through. Nice, that's exactly what we want. Oh god, I'm very full. Ah! There's way too much stuff in here. How did I get iron ore? What? Where did iron ore come from? Huh? Oh, we scrapped concrete for iron ore. Right. Okay. That was a little unexpected. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. I need to... oh man. Scrap is so hard. In theory, this belt should never completely fill up, because we should be getting rid of more items than we're putting in. Yeah, okay, so eventually all these should turn on and this whole belt should empty out. Ah, right, another item we need to save is ice. Because we need ice for water. Oh, and plastic would be a good idea too. So let's save us some ice. And plastic. Okay, then I realized this is going to cause havoc. Have we just ended up with ice on the main belt? No, we haven't. Okay, cool. Oh, that's a problem. Okay, hang on, hang on. Whoa, 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 wait. We need to filter out the plastic and the ice. Plastic needs to go up north. Needs to join up with this belt, so that's easy. And the ice needs to join up with the water over here. So we can kind of squeeze it in here, I reckon. This is becoming an absolute spaghetti mess. There we go, ice. So that might help with our ice problem. Yeah. That way we're just getting rid of the useless stuff. And then once this empties out, because we have nothing left, then it'll let some new scrap in and we can continue the cycle. That might have just solved the problem. Okay, and then I can also chuck some low density structures into here. We have some holmium ore I can chuck into here. We're still very low on holmium ore and holmium plates. But how are our batteries going? They're not. Why do we still have no batteries? Let's also check on our power. Oh, we're starting to eat the power. Right, okay. Maybe we have too many of these. Yeah, maybe we have too many of these. What's eating up the most power? Electromagnetic plants, mainly. Probably these guys. I'm gonna cut these off. Okay, we need our copper. Where's... Can we split this copper? Oh, we just can't quite fit a tunnel. That's annoying. Okay, how else can we do this? We can squeeze a tunnel in here. And a tunnel across. Yep, this might work. And then we can use a long arm. And then we need to split this. Connect that up. Alright, that comes around through there. And that'll be our batteries. So then we need to deposit the batteries. And send them back over here. Nope, nope, damn it. Wrong belt. And that's our batteries. Now I've noticed that we also have a backup of batteries. Because I forgot to reconnect this belt, but there we go. Batteries! How's this going? 22 products finished. Ooh. We got some legendary superconductors and a legendary battery. We got some legendary supercapacitors. Okay, nice. come together. Okay, we might be able to reconnect this now. And start getting these made again. Sweet. Yeah, I know we have fusion, but it would still be nice to try and save on our fusion cells, so I might just place a few more accumulator grids over. Oh, I'm out of accumulators. Okay, we need to get some more accumulators. There we go. We need more lightning rods. Cool, right? That should give us a little bit more supplementary power. Yeah, okay, looks like we're gonna need some more fuel in these. Maybe we just shove all the fuel in. Got plenty more where that came from. Apparently we have low input fluid. Why is that? Okay, we might need some more barrels. Might need some more of this stuff. I just realized we have so many batteries sitting in here. Why is that? If we have so many batteries, then we can just shove them into here. Ah, we're out of holmium. Ugh. Holmium is such a problem. Oh wow, okay, we're producing way too many supercapacitors. I'm gonna need some more recyclers. Actually, what we could do is... How do we make recyclers? Can we do them... No, they just have to be made on a normal machine. Okay. Let's queue up some recyclers to be made. Where should we do it? Could do it here. I'm going to do a passive provider chest. I'm going to request a chest. We're going to request everything that we need. for recycler. So we need steel, iron gears, processing units, and concrete. I think we can just copy paste that over. Yeah, we can. Nice. And that way we can now make recyclers. Also chuck down some quality modules to see if we can get any slightly better quality recyclers. That would be cool. See what that does. Still low on holmium. Mostly because we're not getting extra holmium out of scrap because it's just making scrap. That's a bit of a flawed design, I think. But everything else seems to be doing okay. We could probably speed this up with a beacon. Oh, hang on, the holmium's backing up again. Kind of. Okay, nice. Oh, we got some better quality recyclers. So what does that do? Makes them faster. Okay. Let's chuck them here. And what we can do is throw this onto this side. Try and get some more items flowing over here. There we go. Oh, look at that. We've got items. We have 5 legendary holmium plates and 5 legendary superconductors. Oh, actually, hang on, what's going on here? Oh! Hang on a sec. We've got some legendary superconductors sitting here. Yeah, that should let these keep running now. What I should do is allow these to keep running here. This needs some quality. There we go. Yeah, alright, cool. Let's see what that does. There we go, he's running. Okay, so what I should really do is cut these and move them over here. We should be getting the epic supercapacitors first. Because then I can turn that straight into mech armor. Supercapacitors as well we need. We don't have any excess in here, but how do we could craft them using the rare holmium. Yeah, rare holmium, not rare, sorry, epic holmium, epic plastic, epic copper. We don't have any of that stuff though, do we? That is a bit of a problem. Okay, looks like we're going to need more of these. Oh, I don't have... Oh, no, I do. There we go. Oh, wow. Why are these backing up? Too slow. Okay. There we go. That sped it up. Slightly. Yep, that looks better. All legendary supercapacitors. It's so good. What I might do is I might quickly make a request a chest. Probably plonk it here. And this is going to ask for all the legendary stuff. We got legendary superconductors. Legendary holmium plates. Legendary circuits. What else have we got? Legendary batteries. Just so we can see them all in one place. Okay, I think we can shove the speed modules back into here, which is gonna spike the power. Yep, the fusion generators are working pretty hard. But they haven't consumed any extra cells yet, so that's really good. That's really efficient. What's going on with our electrolytes? Looks like they just need a bit of extra speed. Ah, they need extra holmium. Ah, it's always the holmium. When do we solve this holmium crisis? How much holmium are we making per minute? We've got 633 plates, but the ore's 83 per minute on the holmium ore. We need to increase that somehow. I think the only way to really do it is just to upscale by copying this. This is really, really, really hideous. Oh, okay, now that's kind of gross. I might have to redo it. Oh. I don't like that. Chat, is there anything else I can do to try and speed this up? Are there any secret techniques to holmium? Oh, we got 56 epic supercapacitors. Actually, that gets us over our threshold to start crafting the mech armor. Oh, we got legendaries here too. Six legendary supercapacitors, 9 legendary holmium plates. Okay, this might actually work. Maybe all we need to do is just wait now. So maybe it's time to go and do some other things. I would still like to make this faster though, because our current rate of production of legendary stuff, we're making 0.2 per minute. Wow, okay, so over 60 minutes, that's going to be 12, so 12 per hour. Oh, that's terrible. Bit better on the supercapacitors. The superconductors are even worse though. If we need 200, we'd need 16 hours of AFK at this rate. That's not healthy at all. Yep, okay, we definitely need to increase the holmium production so we can get the rest of this going. Yep, okay, I just can't be lazy. I have to do it. Let's copy all this. Up until that point, then we can chuck it over here. Okay, and then what we need to do is we need to scrap everything, so scrap comes through here. Need to protect all this. Okay, so that's all coming through here, and then what needs to happen is... This is gross, I'm gonna get rid of that. So we need to get rid of the gears. We need to get rid of the solid fuel. Mark II epic leg quality is there. Yeah, I could make epic quality power armor Mark II. Oh, actually. How would we do that? I don't have epic quality ores. So how would I make epic quality efficiency and speed modules? I need epic quality circuits. I only have legendary ones at home. I have a lot of them, so I could do it, but... How much of this stuff do I need? I need 5 per. We can get a 50% to a... We can get a 90% productivity boost on these. So we can make, say, 2.5 of these makes 1. Yeah, I've got enough circuits to make legendary modules, but I don't have epics unless I tell this to stop making... Yeah, okay, if I turn that off, it'll just keep making epics. That should actually be enough circuits already. epic low density structures will be a problem. Same with electric engine units. Oh, okay. What if instead we modify these ships? Okay, what if we make some modifications? Let's change this to just skip across. No, hang on. I don't have the construction materials for it. Ooh, how am I going to get epic quality ores? I don't think I can. Not easily. I can just make Legendary Power Armor Mark II. And then, yeah, I just need Legendary of everything else here. Yeah, okay, we might just continue on course then. It's slow, but it's not the worst in the world. Okay, so the gears need to come through. We also need to scrap on this side. Whoops, I need to move this down one. Oh god, my inventory. Ah! Ah! There's too much! Okay, so that's filling up with scrap, and then we take these gears and we can run them up here. Oh, I'm out of recyclers. How convenient. Where did I put those recyclers again? Ah, here. Okay, so the recyclers can pop onto here. These are going to make iron. And then we can use one of these to make iron chests. And then we can recycle that. There we go. So that'll deal with the gears, and then we need to figure out what to do with everything else. Solid fuel can probably just burn. And then, what is this? Concrete. That concrete has to go somewhere else. Oh god, why did I make this so tight? Why did I make this so compact? Okay, that's the concrete. That can then turn into hazard concrete. Low density structure easily crafted from legendary coal. Wait, really? Scrap recycling. Casting. Plastic. Oh, wait. You could turn it into plastic. I see. Oh, that's smart. Legendary coal can make legendary plastic. That gets you, yeah, that'll get you your low density structures. Okay, and to make legendary coal, we have sulfur and carbon. Ah, yes, that makes sense now. And we have a nice little supply of all that sitting here. Heck yeah. Okay, cool. So, in that case, we're all set then. The only thing we're waiting on is quite literally just the holmium. Okay, so I need to turn this into hazard concrete. And then the hazard concrete can turn back into concrete. What else are we getting rid of? Ice, we can keep the ice. Because ice is very useful for water. So ice can go there. We need to keep the plastic. Steel would need to go into steel chests. Which can then copy into a recycler setup like this. Okay, so that's going to sort that out. After steel is batteries. Again, we want batteries. So I'm going to run this into a belt over here. There you go, there's our batteries. And then after batteries, we got stone. Stone's useless, so we can... We have enough stone, rather, so we can just turn that into more stuff. Landfill. We can scrap that. Okay, and then... Oh, this is where it gets a little ugly. The red circuits we don't need, but they take a little bit longer to get rid of, so... We might do... We might need a dual setup here, so... Recycler there, and then 2 chests. And they're gonna go hippity hoppity. And I'm out of inserters. Just waiting for them to come in. There we go. Nice. There's our inserters. We can come back over here and keep doing what we were working on. Okay, that's going to go hippity hoppity with the circuits. And then... Ooh, we got these things. They also need to go hippity hoppity. Yeah, I just realized. Why did I even bother? I can just do that. Okay, cool. And then need an inserter for that. It's going to start getting rid of that. What have we got next? Blue circuits. Okay, these are going to be even more annoying. But again, same principle. Probably throw down some speed modules on this one. Okay, low density structures. I don't know what to do about them. Maybe we just deliver them. And then the last thing is our holmium ore, which is what we're really after. Okay, so I'm going to put the low density structures, I'm going to bring them over to here. Okay, let's squeeze that around. Where did they need to go? Oh god, this is a maze. Here, I think. Okay, and then we can take our holmium, which is over here, and deliver that onto this belt. Yeah, okay. That can match up. Oops. That can meet up onto this belt. That's a mess. It works. That should be everything. So, question now is, why is everything stopped? I think that's just because everything was set up without the filters initially. Oh, look how thick these belts are. Oh. That's pretty cool. Damn. Okay, this definitely needs some speed. Okay, that is a bit of an issue. We aren't getting rid of this stuff quick enough, I don't think. Might get rid of this whole weirdness going on here. What are we backed up on now? Okay, we might need some more beacons. And some more speed. It's kind of as much as I can think of. So if we check our production rates now. Yeah, there we go. Now we're at 136 holmium ore, which is a lot better than 80. This is all backed up. But we're just low on the actual the electrolytes. Which is still waiting on holmium solution. Oh, wait a sec. But the holmium ore is backing up now. We've got a lot of holmium plates that are unused, that are of a higher grade, so let's try chucking those over here as well. $82 epics. Yeah, I don't think we actually need the epics anymore, so we can chuck those in here. If we're going to go for legendary, we don't need the epics. Alrighty, that's getting us some stuff. Woohoo! It's still very slow. We could probably up the production of these things now, though. We probably need to just do 2 at a time. Get these powered up. We need some lightning protection. There we go. And we need some more beacons. I think I need to ship some more down now. And some speed modules. Here we go, we're nearly there. Speed modules. And beacons. Oh, we've got more batteries in here I can move over. Okay, let's grab our beacons. There we go. Speed. Yeah, it's really just the electrolytes we're missing now. And they're just missing the holmium solution. Yeah, which is going to be coming in through slowly. Are we still producing the holmium ore? 77? Why is that slowed down? Wait a second. Oh no! This is all stopped, no! Okay, let's get rid of that silliness. Do not want that to pass through. But yeah, we got a bunch more holmium ore now. Yeah, what are we gonna do with this processor? Really just the fact that we can't insert items quick enough to get rid of these. Oh, hang on, what's going on with our stone again? Why is that? I'll get rid of these. I don't think this is working very well. God damn. There's so many. So many blue circuits. If only I could ship them to Narvis quickly. Damn, alright. What's the best way to get rid of blue circuits? 'Cause this is taking quite a lot. Can we turn blue circuits into anything? Not easily. That's right, that was the thing we were going to do. We were going to make modules on this planet. Not really anything we can turn them into to try and sink them quickly. I suppose any excess that ends up over here can be turned into scrap. Okay, hang on. Where's our steel? Can we grab some steel? There we go. Alright, hopefully that takes care of that. And what's our holmium at now? 150. That's better. That's what we want to see. Alright, so in that case... Oh, I just realized this research has been sitting here idle the whole day. Whoops. We have 14 holmium plates, so that gets us... almost 10% of the way to legendary armor, so that should complete in due time. Superconductors and supercapacitors are looking good. We don't need too many of those, so they'll be coming through. And then apart from that, everything else should be good to go. Yeah, we can make everything else pretty easily back on Narvis with the resources we have down there. Yeah, okay. Cool. Well, in that case, the only thing I can really think of left other than building more, which I don't feel like doing right now, is kind of just sitting around and waiting. So I might go and do that off camera. And I might say thank you everyone for sticking around and watching. This was, I think, a pretty productive stream. We learned a few things and we got a huge upcycling setup going. So yeah, I will catch you all in the next stream, which will be tomorrow. Unless something drastic happens. But yeah, don't forget to check out the Discord server. We can chat amongst ourselves, chat with the community. Leave a follow if you enjoyed. And I will catch you in the next stream. Should we look at raiding anybody? Might be a little fun. Who's online right now? Who have we got online on Factorio? Yeah, here we go. We can raid this guy. Are we all ready? Actually, no, he's offline. Never mind. How does that happen? Alright, we'll try this one here. Alright, we all ready? Alright, everyone, be friendly. We'll raid this person. And yeah, I'll hope you all have a good day. I'll catch you in the next stream. Take care.